All right, hello. All right, we are back. We're here again to start more coding. Let's see what's going on. All right, here we are. So this looks a little different than yesterday, but I'll cover that in a second. All right, I'm hoping to start mines today. We have a lot of stuff ready for it. A lot of the menu stuff ready. Pagination, we are going to finish as we work on mines because we're going to have a paginated menu for mines, and creating that menu will help us flesh out this paginated class here. So yeah, I worked on this a little bit off stream, just a little bit. What I did was I came down here and I made this test class, and I just made some, like a list of numbers and a private integer variable for page size. So for instance, if we have 15 items per page, we have 100 numbers in the list. We get the max pages here, which is just ceiling the size and then divided by the page size. So however many numbers we have, which is 100, so divided by 15, that's how many pages we'll have maximum. So we have our maximum pages in this display method here. We have our page that we pass in, and we modify it so we make sure it's not less than 1 and it's not greater than the maximum amount of pages. So what this expression is saying, specifically, is saying we're taking the minimum of these two values here. And this expression, this first value that we're taking the minimum of, so we're taking the smallest value between this value and the pages. So if this value is greater than pages, then it's going to set it equal to pages, not this value. And this value is saying it's taking the maximum of 1 and page. So if page is higher than 1, then it's going to set it equal to page. And if 1 is higher than page, meaning that page is lower than 1, then it's going to take 1. All right. So it's either, so it's no less than 1 and no higher than pages. That's what it's saying. Okay, then I have a simple log line here to help split up the pages. So we have, it's just saying, like, divider page, the page we're on, out of the maximum amount of pages, and then another divider line there. So what do we do with this information, right? So we take two variables here. We have start and an end, and this is per page, right? So we can't just say each page we start at index 0 and move until index 15, because then that means every page would just have items 0 to 14 from our list, and that's not how pagination is supposed to work. It would just be the same page over and over. So we have a start variable here to calculate where we start in our list, the starting index. So we take page minus 1, so that we start, and we're always going to be at least page 1. So this will start at page 0 basically, and then we multiply it by the page size. So if it's 0, if we're on page 0 or page 1, then this will start at 0. If we're on page 1, then this will start at 15. And then the end here, this end variable, the last index that we're going to loop to, it takes the page times the page size. So say if we're on page 1, it's 1 times 15, so it's 15. And then it subtracts 1, so that we're getting the actual index value. So we're not going to index 15, we're going to index 14. That would be the 15th number in the list. And then we're also taking a minimum, so we're ensuring that we don't go past the maximum index of the actual list here. So it'll always be within the length of the list, or the size of the list. Again, -1 to get the last index. Okay, so I have another line here just to print out exactly where we're starting and where we're ending for each page. And I'm here, I have a little integer just to see how many per page we're displaying, just for to help debug a little bit, a bit. So now we're looping from our start to our finish inclusively. That means I will loop until it equals end, and then I++, it means, you know, add 1 to I every iteration. And then in this loop, all we're doing is printing out the current number of the item that we're displaying. So it means like the first item, the second item on that page, the third item on that page, you know, whatever. And then we're tabbing over to put some space between the displayed and then the actual number from the list. We're saying numbers.getI. And then we're also iterating display per loop here. Okay, and then we have our main method here, which simply loops from page 1 to our maximum amount of pages, and it calls the display method for that page. So if I run this, we can see what will happen. There we go. So as you can see here, we have all of our information on each page. So page 1 out of 7 is the first page. It starts at index 0 in our numbers list, and then ends at index 14 on our numbers list. So the first item we display on this list, on this page, is the number 0 from our list. Hello Mala, welcome in. Is it Mala or Mola? I just assume because there's 2 L's, it's like Mala. I've progressed quite a bit here. I have common module here. I have some NMS modules here, each version, and then common and abstraction module. I have the main module, and I also have the start of some other sub features, all those modules as well. I could show you in game how far I've made it exactly from the front end, at least. It's not a lot, but it's been quite a bit of work setting up all the foundations and stuff. All right, let me lower this music just a bit. There you go. So we have our mine wand here. This allows us to select this corner and that corner down there. And I save the selection to a file so we don't have to reselect them every time I log in. And then we can do fill region, which is a temporary command I created, and then we'll just fill it in with stone. And there we go. Now we have a whole cuboid region of stone. And we have our Omni tool here. This one is Silk Touch, this one is efficiency 255. We can mine the stone here, just like that, and then we can use our efficiency pickaxe here, and also mine it like that. And the significance of this is that these are not real blocks; these are fake blocks. So you see, I don't have if I don't have flight enabled, and I step on to these blocks, I will get kicked for flying. Yep, because the server doesn't see that there are blocks there. If I rejoin, you'll see that the mine is now empty again. So yeah, there's that, and then I also made this command to allow for multiple materials. So I can say oak planks, dirt, there we go, and we can mine this stuff. We can see that our Omni tool here will switch between a pickaxe, axe, and shovel. Same thing with this super fast one. So that's the what we've done so far. I also, the previous two streams, yesterday and the day before, we worked on menus. So we have an example menu here. We have quick functionality, so I click on it. It says whatever I want it to run. Same thing with our fill region menu, for example. I can click on it and it will run the fill region command for me with whatever blocks, you know. So I got that done as well. And today we're gonna start actually saving mines and getting all that stuff set up, including menus for it and everything. So that's what I'm hoping to do today. But yeah, as I was saying, this class here that I started working on last night after stream is for pagination. So we run it, and it'll display all of our information per page, all the numbers from this list here. Starts at page 1, starts at 0, ends at 14. Page 2 starts at 15, ends at 29. Page 3 starts at 30, ends at 44. Page 4 starts at 45, ends at 59, 60, 74, 75, 89, 90, 99, etc. That's how, this is the gist of pagination. Yeah, I can show you. We have all this stuff here. So our NMS versions for 121 R3, aka 1.21.4. We have all this packet stuff here. We have our fake block handler, which is what sends the fake blocks. So we pass in, for example, this one set block method. This will just set one block. You get the material. So you pass in the player, get the block material, or this is a custom class. It's just a material that ensures it's a block. We then pass in a location. So you need to get the material from the block material, which is kind of like a wrapper that I made, and block data from that, and then you send the block change for the location and the block data. And we also have this add fake block method to add the fake block to this map for that player, so we can keep track of it. And so whenever they mine a block, it'll also remove that fake block from this map as well. And okay, and then fill region here is where we have you know, multiple blocks. So we just have instead of send block change, we use send multi-block change with a map of block data. Yeah, I did. It's right here. And set block, just for the one block, we do send block change right here. Fill region's different since we're not sending just one block, we're sending multiple, so we send multi-block change. Yeah, no problem. Then we also have this abstract region class that I created, which will simply, it has a list of locations that we loop through to add. And this abstract region class is cool because it has different shapes of regions. So we have cuboid, we have, let me see, I think it's in common here. Regions, here we go. Abstract region. So it's just an interface that has a method to calculate the locations for that region, and then a method to get it, so we don't have to recalculate it. And each shape we have, obviously, cuboid. So it implements abstract region. You have the data members, so like the start x, start y, start z, end x, y, z. So 2 corners basically. You pass those in, you know, whatever, and then it automatically calculates them for those coordinates. And then this is how you calculate them. We have just a simple 3 for loops, so it'll add all those locations, etc. And then obviously there's other shapes here like cone, cylinder, pyramid, sphere. Sphere takes in different parameters, just x, y, z, and a radius. And then it calculates them depending on that. Same thing with, say, pyramid. X, y, z, just takes x, z, and then a 1 y value. And then there's a different way to calculate that. So that's all cool and all. We're probably going to use keyword region for mines, and then these other region shapes can be used for like enchants or something. So yeah, we'll probably see about that after we make the mines. So yeah, test class. We should probably get rid of this test class, so I don't need it. That was just to showcase the example and test out the code for this Paginated Astra menu class, which has the same logic. I just need to change it up a bit, because right now it's trying to fill the whole inventory for each page when I don't want it to do that. We're gonna have specific slots for it to fill, but we'll come back to that. For now, we're gonna start on mines. Right now our mines module has just mine wand stuff. We have our fill region command, our mine wand command, mine wand listener, mine wand and selection to store our mine selection. Right. Mines module. Okay. So we want to make we want to store mines somewhere. So I'm probably going to do that in a JSON file. All right. Let's make a private JSON config here for stored mines that we create. And we will make a getter for it. Which I might move to like a mine manager or something, but for now, it's fine. Modules, mines, data. Hello, warrior. Welcome in. I'm starting mines right now. Do you see the current progress that I just showcased? These are fake blocks and everything right here. Our Omni tool and everything. Yeah. Yep, that's our progress. And now we're starting actually saving mines and creating them and all that. Yep, so we have our mines JSON file. I really should make a, what static final not null string folder modules mines data, not data, but just that. Right, so I have folder. So like this. Yeah, I will. It's already on GitHub. You're on YouTube, right? You can, the GitHub's in the description. The Mantis recode branch is the one that I'm using to recode it for streams. So this is everything on the public GitHub repo right now. All right. You know what we should probably do instead? Let's go to our common module here. Nope. Open this up. And instead of having this here and having to recreate it every time, we're gonna say Astra module here, and we'll just make a folder modules / plus ID. Look at that. Yeah, man. It's always fun, at least in my opinion. Get module folder path. There you go. And then we'll rename this to module folder path like that. Okay, there we go. And now we don't need this since it is just simply like this. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, Moa, I've never heard of that anti-ESP or storage ESP. What does ESP mean? Right, binds module. Let's check the other modules and see that we're... No, let's see if we can use this for any other files that they use. Yeah, we can do that here. Let's make sure that. Well, welcome in. Welcome in, Gary. Yeah, I mean, well, if you would like, you can explain what ESP or anti-ESP means, and I can see if I can think of something like that. I've just never heard of ESP or anti-ESP in SMPs or anything like that. I mean, I've made an SMP before, but yeah, I don't know. Welcome in, Gotz. I see. Cheats. Okay, wait, ESP, is that... Okay, now that you say cheats, it kind of makes sense. Like, like an X-ray type of thing, or like, I don't know. Position chest hopper with tracers. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know of Core Protect, that plugin, but that's not really a cheat or anything. Extra sensory perception. Hack that highlights players, mobs. Oh yeah. ESP, yeah. I remember now. I think when I was like 12 or 13, I used to have a hacked client. But that was like 7 or 8 years ago now. Yeah. Nice, Gotzi. Well, yeah, I'm making a prison core right now, and it's public and on my GitHub, so you could use it if you ever use a, whenever I'm finished with it, I should say, you could use it for your server, if that's interesting to you. Also, I am now talking between YouTube and Twitch chat, so if you don't see any other messages of people I'm talking to, that's probably why. They're probably on the other platform. But yeah, no, I don't have any ideas for that. I've never made any client or anything like that. The furthest I've gone with development in Java is Minecraft plugins. I have dabbled in mods a little bit, but I've never actually made any mod, so yeah, I can't help you there. I'm sorry. Okay. Mines, let's see. Yes, Scott Z, I do. I don't use protocol lib for this prison core because I don't need to. But yes, I have all my packet stuff and NMS stuff in this module here, NMS module. With right here. I made my own packet manager, and this stores any server-bound packets or client-bound packets that I create, which is an extension of another class I created called abstract packet, which has a run method and a method to get the exact type of class that the packet is. Really? Gotzi? Is that's pronunciation? I mean, okay. But yeah, packet manager, these lists here, or these maps, I should say, stores a list of abstract packets per type of packet that we're listening for. And then on my packet listener, we have this inject player. So whenever a player joins, they are injected to like the channel pipeline or whatever. And then we loop through whatever packet we're listening for. And then we try to run that packet. And if it returns false, then it means we continue and we don't send the packet. I'm going for private mines, Gary, but I would like to do public mines as well. It's just that right now they are stored the fake blocks are stored per player in a map. So I'm gonna have to change that up a bit, or sync them up somehow for every player in the mine or something, if it's a public mine. But I'm not sure about that. I think we're just gonna start with private mines first. I think. I mean, many people don't really use public mines these days anyways, right? But yeah, I'm sure that it is. I'm sure that's possible. Well, maybe. What I know about mining blocks, that packet is in here, a fake block mine packet. So this happens whenever it's a It's a server-bound player action packet. So this is all I know about the mine packet. So you have different actions as well. So like when they start destroying the block, when they stop destroying the block, which means they broke it. And there's also a third one called abort, which means that they canceled breaking it. I don't know about the sound, like preventing the sound from being played, but I know you can cancel the packet. Yeah, what you could probably do is just cancel the packet and then destroy the block manually. Could probably try that. As for Gary, as for the private mines, how it works right now is all these blocks right here are fake. So these are all fake blocks. If I was to leave and rejoin the server, you'll see that they're not actually there. And that's going to be how each player has their private mine. The actual mine, like this right here, think of this like a schematic. That's going to be pasted in a world somewhere, wherever you want. And then you're going to use this mine wand here to select the corners inside wherever the mine should be, right? And then that is going to, and then whenever players teleport to that mine, all the other players are going to be hidden, and they're only going to be able to see the blocks that the fake blocks that they can see. That's essentially how private mines will work. But yeah. Yeah, let's get these mine stuff started, I suppose. Let's do mine manager, I suppose. And then let's refactor this to move it outside of the wand package. There we go. Yeah. It's much more efficient than having tons of different mines. Yeah, a lot less. I don't know about work. It's definitely a lot of work to set that up and hide players and stuff using packets. But it's definitely a lot less of a strain on the server's performance since the client is the one who has the blocks and handles that or whatever. And that's actually why a lot of big prison servers use fake blocks for private mines as well. Alright, we have mine manager. Let's make another class for mine. So we want an ID for the mine. Private final string and a display for the mine to use in messages and GUIs and whatnot. So then we'll say public void set display. And we need to make it not final up here. And we'll make public string get ID turn ID, and then public string get display. We'll say we'll actually make this here nullable so people can pass in null to this. And we'll say if display is null, then this.display equals ID, and then return. And then we'll also say or display dot length, or is empty, I should say. There we go. So if they pass a null or an empty string, it'll set the display back to the ID, ensuring this method will always return a non-null string that is not empty. Yeah. display an ID. Okay, and then we want like the corner 1 and corner 2, right? So we'll say UID world. X1, Y1, Z1. You know what we could do? I think I have to move the region stuff from here to just my general common module, or maybe no, because common actually depends on NMS common. Yeah, I think we can actually just have our mines module. Okay, good. It already does actually depend on NMS common. So we can just use the abstract region. Cuboid region. There we go. So when we create a mine, let's say nullable, okay. Get world unique ID. We'll say public void refill for player. If cuboid region is null, then return. Do nothing because it has no region. Does the region store? No, it does not store the world, so it's fine. Okay. And we need let's see. Isn't it NMS handler? It's a common module, right? Common here, main, Java, NMS factory. Get NMS handler dot get fake block handler dot fill region player, and then we need some other stuff as well for that. So we'll worry about this in a bit here. Okay. How do we want to do private mines? Do we want the blocks that they're mining to not matter, or do we want each block to have a specific price? Because if so, then whatever we choose there will depend on whether or not they'll be allowed to select whatever block that they want. I think we'll do each mine has yeah, let's do each mine has a set of blocks. Or we could do nullable or not null, weighted list, block material. Materials equals new weighted list, like that. If you don't know what a weighted list is, this is a class that we made. It's essentially a list, except each entry has its own chance of being called upon. So we have a navigable map with double as the key and E as, generic for value. We have a random and we have a total weight. So we have, when we create a new weighted list, it just sets the map and random to empty stuff. Tree maps specifically. and then we can add to the map. Say add an element for E, generic element, whatever, and then the weight of that object. If the weight is less than or equal to 0, then we just return, we don't add the element. But if it isn't, then we say total weight plus equals the weight that we just added, and then we put the object in the map at the total weight, not the weight that we passed in, but the total weight of the entire class right now, right? And there is no remove method because, well, you don't need to remove from it, right? This is like, you're gonna use this in code, right? Anyways. And then you have a next or default method to, oh yeah, there is a clear method, so you can do that too. But next or default will get either the default value that you pass in if there's no next value. So if it's empty, it'll return the value that you just passed in, or it'll return the next value in the map, which is from this next method here. So if the map is empty, it'll return null, and it'll get the value from the random, and it'll multiply the random by the total weight of the class, and it'll return map.higher entry, the value that we just got, and it'll get the value from that, which is whatever generic value that you put in for that. So yeah, it's basically a list that you can get random elements from, and each element can have their own percentage. I use it, for example, in our fill region command right here. So you see we have stone, oak, planks, and dirt. These are all equally weighted, so it's going to be like, equally distributed, whatever. But I can also say stone 95, for example, and like oak planks 10 and dirt 10. Now oak planks and dirt are way less common than stone, right? Or I could do oak planks 5. Oak planks are now way even more less common. We do dirt 50, so dirt's much higher chance of dirt spawning in. And the weights don't have to add up to 100, which is a good thing about this. So this is just the chance of it spawning in, right? So, you're always going to have stone. Oak planks are 5% chance of spawning in, while dirt is 50% chance of spawning in as well. And you can see it works like every time. And it's really fast too. So yeah. As you see, it's like instant. The mine fills with random blocks, which is great. I love it. So yeah, we'll have our materials here. We can say, set materials so this dot equals new weighted list materials, like that. This is a copy constructor. It'll take this list and it'll pass it in to a new weighted list object. Yeah. And so this actually, we're gonna fill this in with a add new block material. Is there actually block material dot default? Static block material default. Let's make it private. Static default equals new block material stone, and this should not throw this exception. You know what we could do? Why don't we make a private constructor here? Private block material. And we could say this dot material equals material stone. And then we could just use that constructor. And it won't throw the exception because there is no exception being thrown here. And these will still, this method will still work just fine. So there we go. We have default, and then we could say public static, not null block, material, get default, default. Now we can say add block material dot get default, and we need 100%. There we go. So this is our default list. It's just a stone. The whole thing will be stone, unless you change the materials down here. So we also need to set the region and the world. So go down here. Public void set world. World UID. Stop world. And we'll also say like that. Cool. And let's actually have this return mine. Not no mine. Return this. Turn this. There we go. That way we can chain these methods together. When we're making the mine object. You know what I should do? I should say I want to make like a weighted list.of method, like a list.of. Let's see. How do we do a map.of? K1v1. Do they just have like a ton of different methods with different parameters? It's kind of what it looks like here. Is that really what they did? Okay. That's interesting. They just have... So does that mean map.of will have a maximum of 10 keys and values when you use that method? That's very interesting. I suppose we'll just leave it how it is. I don't want to have to make 10 different methods and stuff like that. Yeah, we could do. Could say add element. Well, welcome in Alvarin. We say total weight plus equals 100. Just like that. Cool. And we can actually make this a list real quick. A list of elements. And then we can make another method here, which is just e ... And we can say return add list out of elements, like that. All right then, interesting. Jesus Christ, sorry if you heard that. Dude just unnecessarily yawned, like fucking Jesus. Oh, okay. So we have that. Now we can say not block material. Now we can say weighted list out of, right? Look static, weighted list. Elements. There we go. And then that will say our new weighted list dot add elements. There we go. And then same thing with this. There we go. Now we can go back and just say equals weighted list dot of what material dot get default. There we go. It looks much cleaner. And this will set it at 100% like I was going to anyways. So okay. All right, so what next, right? So we have the world. Don't need to change that to void. Don't want to change that to void. We can actually just say return here. I don't need to do that and then return this. Okay. So let's say here, and then we can pass in import. What else do we need here? What material? So player, the list, and then the region. Materials, and then cuboid region. There we go. A refill method is done. Let's actually get this here. Just like that, and then can I say make block handler dot clear player? So there we go. So we'll clear it. It'll clear the map that all their fake blocks are stored in, and then it will refill. It'll set them back in with all the new blocks. So let's actually make sure that we clear out that. Nope. Big block handler. So whenever we call clear, all it does right now is remove all the materials from them. Yeah, so when I started learning plugins, I definitely watched a lot of tutorials, and then I followed along with him, and then I eventually started trying to make my own stuff. A lot of coding, even when you have more knowledge, is simply Googling what it is you want to do, right? Like, with my packet listener here, I didn't know how to do any of this stuff right here. I had to look up like how to register, how to listen to packets for a specific player or whatever, or send or like, you know, because I don't know what a channel duplex handler was, or these channel read and write methods from a new duplex channel handler. So I just Googled that, and then, you know, so a lot of it's Googling. You got to know how to Google, really. It's a big help. ChatGPT is a good resource, but not really. Like, don't use it to learn. Don't use it to write code for you. It's definitely not the way to do it. Use it more for ideas and like helping you better understand something. Because ChatGPT is like it's almost never going to be entirely accurate to what you want it to be when it writes code. Proper Java conventions. Okay. So what do you mean by that? Like naming conventions? Because a lot of it's pretty simple. Like package names are all lowercase. Class names are always camel or Pascal case. And variable names are usually always camel case. Unless it's a private static final or a public static final variable, in which case you have all uppercase and you separate words by underscore. That way you know it's static and it's final, and it's, you know, like default here. Default, I could say default block material for this, since it's static and final. That's how I would format that if there's more than one word. I mean, yeah, a lot of Java is just understanding how to write it, I guess. And there's always going to be tons of different code styles. Like mine, it's taken a while to develop to where it is now. And even then, sometimes I change up some things. Like now, I'm used to just by habit putting final and not null or nullable wherever I can. Like that's just a habit at this point for me. Which is not a bad habit. You can always use final and not null and nullable. It helps with readability and stuff. Yeah, let me see for here, for my Jason Utils class. I asked someone in Cortex Development Discord what they thought of this class. And they said if you... Because initially he thought that this right here looked like ChatGPT code. But in reality, it's... you do actually have to define that stuff, or you have to cast this, because otherwise it won't be the proper type of map that you want to be stored in here. So he thought that was initially GPT code. So he said, okay, so if I didn't think that, then this class doesn't look like GPT code at all. So I'm like, okay, cool. But I did get some help with this method and this method from ChatGPT, just helping me explain basically the logic behind what I'm trying to do. And even now, it's a little hard to explain exactly what I'm trying to do with this class. So I mean, it's like, imagine a JSON file, right? Let's just make, let's see, let's just make a new file down here, for example, real quick. So we have a JSON file, we have this, we have players, we have player 1, corner 1, corner 2, right? So imagine this JSON file right here. This is kind of like the same setup I have for saving clipboard information for my mind wand. I was having trouble storing this information into a hash map with the keys like YML, because in YML it would be players.player1.corner1 and players.player1.corner2, where the keys would be, where the values for those keys would be stored. But in JSON it's different, right? So I had to use this method here to manually parse this data as players.player1.corner1 and .corner2, right? Just so I can get it from the map the same way that I would using YML. And then I also had to have another method here to convert those keys back into, you know, the proper indentation and nesting. And the only reason I did that is because I wanted my JSON config to be usable the same way I would use my YML configs. So as you can see here, we have our YAML config, which is just basic Spigot API stuff. And then JSON config is a whole nother thing. This class is basically looks the same as YAML, except, you know, different save changes method and reload method. But JSON configuration has our data directly stored here, since YAML config stores it in the file configuration. So I made JSON configuration to act like file configuration, essentially. So I can use like the same key system. Well, welcome back, Twixie. I see, Algorand. Yeah, Kotlin can be tricky to understand. The main difference between it and Java is the syntax, and the fact that Kotlin is a non-null language while Java can have null values. But yeah, Java and Kotlin is interchangeable, and you can use both languages in the same project if you wanted to. A lot of people prefer Kotlin nowadays because it's more modern and it has some other features like adding extensions to a file, so you can add a method to a player object. But I don't know, I just stick with Java. Just because I'm used to how it looks, I like how I write it, you know? Okay, well, we have our mines here. Okay, right. I wanted a way to clear out all of the fake blocks for the player. Let me see. What plugins do I have here? Let's look for my worlds, right? Let's see. Have they updated yet? No. I don't think they have. So I guess we're stuck with multiverse. This one has been updated, so okay. That's a shame. Hold on just a second. Alright, I'm back. I had to let my dog into my room. This browser is called Arc. I really love Arc. It's really great. You have all your temporary tabs down here. You have like more permanent tabs you can put up here, and then obviously favorite tabs right here. And obviously this isn't always hidden. You can have like that. But I like it like this because you have like the whole page, the whole screen for your browser window. Yeah, that's why I like it so much, especially because the tabs are like sorted out here on the side. Especially if I went into like F11. You have even more room. But yeah, it's called Arc, just ARC. It's on Mac and Windows. It's actually been on Mac a lot longer than it has been on Windows. I think they also have an iOS browser. If you've heard of Zen browser, it's kind of similar to that. Except when I used Zen, it didn't have like some of the basic stuff. Like if you were to minimize a tab in your favorites or your pinned tabs, it would like remove it. So, which is kind of defeats the purpose of having it pinned if it removes it. Same thing with this, with the favorite tabs. If you were to minimize it, it would just remove it on Zen. So, hello, welcome in, Pablo. I don't believe Arc has it for Linux, unfortunately. Because, I mean, again, as I said, it was on Mac first. For like since 2023, and then it only came to Windows in 2024. And I believe it's still, even though it's a Windows like application, it's made in Swift, I believe. So it's like still coded in Apple's language. I don't know. Also, if you don't like having to sign up to use it, you probably won't like this browser because you do need an account, like an Arc account, to sign in. But that's just to sync data between devices and stuff. Yeah. I mainly like it because the tabs are on the left. But anyways, as I was saying, we got to get multiverse, which is, it's a shame having to switch from My Worlds back to multiverse, but it's just not updated. Okay, great. I love having to go from Spigot to their page and then to Modern just to download it. Fantastic. Hello, Wanda. So it's a bit complicated. Yeah, it can be. Just work on the basics, work on some small plugins, and then you'll keep improving from there. That's what I did, at least. Also, we need void gen. Which is another thing. This isn't updated either, so I don't think it works on 1.21.4. But someone did say that they had an update for it here. So we'll see if this one works. This is forked from that. So, alright. The normal void gen plugin from Spigot. I mean, I'll see if it works. I mean, I'm checking right now. I mean, it looks like it works, but we'll see. Void gen has always been a bit iffy when you're creating new worlds that aren't handled by like Spigot and stuff. Because it would always have like new terrain in it and whatnot. So let me see. MB create void. Let me look up how exactly. It's been a while since I have used multiverse. So let's see. MV gens. Okay, yeah. So it does work. Create void world. Okay, yeah. -G void generator. Void gen. Right? Oh yeah, it's normal. Here we are. Let's go back. Nope, never mind. Do I have... Nope, I don't have any ones. Alright. Whoops. Nope, okay. It's fine. Let's get my little letter wand here. Just copy paste this all. South. Okay. Let's just paste this in like that. There we go. And then set my new positions there. Okay. Set warp line. There we go. Okay. That's that. What else do I want to do? Let's see. I believe in here. Bucket, one else, forget. Here, right? Oh my goodness. Worlds, Rio. Yeah. That's just... Why is it like space like that? So I normally like to do this to ensure that it's always using this generator, so it doesn't glitch out and start generating normal chunks at some point. All right, and you know what we could maybe do as well? Actually probably go sort out properties. Just change this to void. So stop again, delete world, worlds, so void, and then we have world here. Just get rid of this. Okay, so if you have multiverse, it looks like you can allow flight. Interesting. I don't know how that works. Okay, let's run this, see what happens. So now we should have even less world data to load, since we just have a void world. And that's it. Yeah. Okay, well, looks like my inventory reset. That's fine. At least we got our Omni Jewel. That works. Let's see. Let's get me another one. Just like that, and we'll have world edit wand here. Nope, just wanted one. There you go. All right. Let's see. Right. I want the. Oh, you know what I was trying to test? Wanted to test if my blocks would stay if I was to leave worlds, right? MVTP temp, MVTP void. Okay, so no, they don't stay. Although I think that they technically stay in the map. So we need to fix that as well. Okay, so this will clear on quit already, but we needed to say like void on world change player change world event. This should be called whenever I change worlds, right? Let's test that out. Changed world. All right. Should be able to build it and just be fine since we don't have like anything else going on. Although actually we need to make a new file in our mines module here to have that work. It's like that. There we go. Now we can build it. Okay, let's fill region stone, right? And then let's temp world. Okay, good. Change world. Change world. Okay, that means we can use this event safely. Like block handler clear deck player. There you go. Now whenever we change worlds, all of our fake blocks will be removed from the map because they are no longer visible on the player on the player's side. Okay, what next? What next? What next? We need right, when we refill Alright, let's just say we don't need to clear it. It'll be fine. Actually, we'll clear it just to save up space. Okay. Let's do some more stuff here. We need so region. Yeah, no, let's just have that handle it. And we want a... Okay, we need a way to expand the mine as well. But let's worry about that later. I just want to get the mine saving and whatnot first. So... Let's do a mine manager over here. Map, string, mine, mines, public mine manager, mines, new hash map, load mines, config, mines module, mines JSON. Okay. Config.get the options, get set mines, right? Keys, so I believe with get set, it just loops through the map key set, and it doesn't start with the parent key that we enter, then it won't add it to the set. The split length greater than 0, then we'll add that. Okay, so it should only add the key just under the parent, so that should be fine. So we say key should be the mine ID, right? And now we'll say world ID, right? So string world UID string equals config get string mines dot plus mine ID, and then we'll store this in a key like that. Key plus dot world equals UID from string. We'll actually say try catch, and we'll say null there if world string turn You know what, why don't we just put this, why don't we just make a new constructor in our mine and have that handle it, right? Yeah, pretty much. Except I only use JSON to store certain data. Like player data, I would only store in a database, like SQLite or MongoDB, or MySQL, for example. Data that you're going to store a lot of, I would not use JSON. I only use JSON for mines and the clipboard because we're not going to be storing a lot of it. Clipboard is only storing opt players who have permission to use the mine wand. And the mines JSON file is only storing mines that are manually created by server admins as well. So, yeah. So like that. So say vinyl not JSON config. I mean, you can use YML to store small bits of data. JSON is just a bit faster, and it's not, and it's like stored. The syntax is different, you know. Depends on like what kind of team data are you storing, right? Let's see. Oh, all right. Oh, good. Love that. It's just wood. It's fine. I knew something was up and I heard something walking. Game rule do daylight cycle false. Game rule do mob spawning false. Time set midday. Game rule do weather cycle false. Okay, here we go. Simple. Okay, so home location name permissions per role. Well, how are the permissions per role stored and set up? Do the teams define that? Do they create roles, or are the roles created server side for every team? And then the name of the team and the location of their home, that could be stored in a like SQLite database. The main reason you would want to use a database instead of a file for player created data is because you're going to have a lot of players creating data or reading data, so you don't want to save to the same file multiple times simultaneously at like the same time. So yeah, you could also do like a file per team, or you could just use a database like I said. I would probably go SQLite H2 for flat file databases, or whatever. SQLite is like it's like MySQL, except it's just in a file somewhere on your machine. A .db file, more specifically. And MySQL, on the other hand, is like an online database. And H2 is like SQLite, except it's a different deriver. And I think it's a bit faster than SQLite. Think of it like a modified SQLite H2. Anyways. Invalid mine data exception. We will say There we go. Use a final class. Okay. Throws invalid line data exception. Okay. And then we'll say get string, say string key mines dot plus id plus dot. So key plus world we'll say final UID if world strings null row new valid line data exception world is null world data is null. Okay, try UID those UID from string world string match illegal argument exception e throw new valid line data exception world data is not a world UID. Okay, and we'll say bucket get world UID. Let's actually say world UID. Okay. Bucket get world. If it returns null, world is does not exist. Okay. Alright, so that's the world. We need a way to serialize and deserialize a weighted list, right? I should go here, say public string serialize. So in here we could say string builder. Actually, we should say list string. We're going to serialize it to a list of strings. Map for each. We have our weight and value. List string. List. Let's see what happens here. Value dot toString is what we'll do. Okay. I don't know about this. Let's not do that. Let's just say serialize, deserialize this stuff here. Just the materials there. Let's maybe go here. Public static weighted list block material. Right, I think that should be fine. So actually we'll say double weight. So 100. Yep, and then we'll say I don't know, string split equals string split like this. Or maybe we can say like this, material, try material, or string material string equals string else material string equals split 1. Okay, this is what does ignore? All right, let's just okay, this is getting out of hand here, honestly. Okay, and then we'll say try weight equals double parse double split 0 catch number format exception ignored. And we'll say else material string equals string. Or you know what, we don't actually need else. We could just say up here material string equals string. See, I always found like team stuff a bit tricky, especially like storing like a list of UIDs for each team. Like, how do you store that in a SQLite database? You can't. I wouldn't. Probably not a table per team. But then it's like you would have to have a column just of player UIDs, which doesn't make sense just to have in one column. So I'm not sure, to be honest. MongoDB might be worth looking into, although it is like an online type database, but you can PC host it. Mongo is different than SQL. It stores things in a file-like system. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like how do you? Because SQLite and MySQL, like SQL in general is like a table-based database. So you have a table with rows and columns. Maybe what you could do is just have a players table, and then a UID column is the key ID, in which each row for that column is just a player's UID, and you can have another column for team and put the team that they're in. And then when you try to get all the players for that team, you could just search the team column for the team, and it'll return every row of UIDs that just has the team column at the value that you entered. Yeah, you can have a teams table as well, where you have like team as the unique key, and then have the other data in other columns. That would work just fine. I would probably do that if I was to do teams, which I probably will eventually. I'm probably gonna have gangs in this prison core. So yeah. Try material equals material dot value of material string. catch illegal argument exception E, return. And then we'll say if material is air or material is block, and then we'll return again, and then we'll say materials dot add okay, you know what, we don't need this. We actually just need to say, hold on, block material, new block material equals new block material. We're going to catch the exception this throws, which is valid block material exception. Return. So that, and then we'll say add block material with the weight up there. And then we will simply return materials like that. Or perhaps I should move this to like a utility class. I don't actually think that I use this class here anywhere. I might remove this. Oh, it's in sell price command. I don't use sell price command. I don't know. It's not registered, so whatever. I'll go back to that another time. Let's just say block material utils. We'll say to weighted list. And then down here we will say public, or up here, public static, not no list string to string list. Weighted list, what material, okay, right? And then so this is much more simple. List string list return list, and then obviously new array list. Okay, weighted list. So we need a way to navigate this, right? We can say map.forEach, right? Yeah. Can we say, how does a for each method work? For each, okay, so it's a by consumer, right? Let's try and recreate this here. So void for each, right? Public void for each. And we'll say by consumer. And then it has KV. So it should be double E consumer. What do they call it? Action. It's like that, and then we say for map.entry. Okay, map.entry double E map dot entry set, right? Yeah. Say K, B. Okay, right. Double key value try. Just throw, okay, they do throw a illegal state exception. Okay, so we'll say K equals entry key, value equals entry get value, and then we'll catch illegal state exception, new concurrent navigation exception, and then also pass in either, and then we say action.accept key value. All right, there we go. And then let's see if we can use that here. Key value. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. That's awesome. I should say weight and value there. Or actually weight and block material. So we say list add weight plus colon plus block material dot get material. It's like that. There you go. That should be it. Look at that. We have improved our weighted list quite a bit today so far. And now we have a serialized method and a deserialized method for that. Come on, is this final? Yeah. And we'll just say that, right? Just in case, I don't know. Cool. By consumers. Awesome. Yep. All right. So go ahead and just commit that. All right. Reader lists. So we add of methods here. I can show you how I do my menus. It's very simple. Add methods and static of methods. Commit that, and then we can go down here, commit this method and these imports for each method. Commit that. There we go. So my menus are not too complicated. What I have here is I have a menu manager, and this has a map of my menus. We have a string for the menu ID, which is usually the file name minus the extension. And then I have my Astra menu class here. And this class here is simply, it's just a normal class, except it implements inventory holder. And then that means you have to override this method here, get inventory, and that's where you create your inventory. So I have it return another get inventory method, but I pass null for that because I like to have it per player. So in this method is where I create my inventory, right? I have my inventory here, bucketed, I create inventory. The owner, you pass this in because this is the inventory holder. and you want your class here that implements inventory holder to be the holder for this menu, always. That's how you want. That's how you check if they're in your menu. You never want to check by the menu's title, because that can lead to security vulnerabilities. Right, and then you pass in the size and then the title of the inventory, and then you add whatever items you want, and yeah, that's it, really. And then you can check if they're in your inventory by, like, I have this close all method here where I loop through every player. I say player get open inventory, get top inventory dot get holder for their top inventory. I say if it's instance of Astra menu, then we can close the menu. Alright, so that's all you have to do to check if an inventory is your custom inventory. You just get the inventory, and then you get that inventory's holder, and you check if that holder is an instance of your custom inventory holder, which is right here. Anyways, besides that, when I want to update an inventory or a menu with new items, I have in my menu manager, I simply reload, right? And when I reload, I clear this map of every inventory. And then I reload from the menus folder. And I check for any YML files within that folder. And then I add it as a new menu back into the map. So it basically clears out my menus every time I reload, and it reloads them from their files. So whatever file's in there. And when it does create the menu, all of the items from the file get stored in this map here. So in my Astra menu, in this items map here. And this item here is called menu item. It allows me to have like information for an item stack and build it whenever I want per player. So right here, I say item stack, get it from the menu item by building and passing in the player. So it can parse placeholder API placeholders and whatnot for that player, and do a bunch of other stuff that I want. So yeah, that's how I store my menus. So I don't update them upon open. Whenever I want to open the menu for a player, I say I get the menu from my menu manager, and then I call player.openInventory, and then the menu.get inventory for the player. So let me show you my menu command. Down here. Menu, right? Menu ID. So after I pass in the menu ID from the command, I get the menu manager. I get the menu from the menu manager. And if it's not null, etc., say player open inventory menu.get inventory holder, or get inventory for the player. That basically constructs the inventory with all the items and stuff every time. Right. And that also ensures that each player does not open the same inventory. It's just like a copy of the inventory, basically. And again, I cache all the items whenever I reload, so I don't have to read them from config every time. Only when I reload do I read from the minis config file. Otherwise, it would be a bit inefficient if you had to read from the menu file every time. Right. Okay, here we are. Alright, so now that we've made those methods for our deserialization and serialization of our weighted list, we could say what material utils dot to weighted list config options get string list. Alright, we don't have a get list from our JSON file. So but we can set lists to our JSON file. So we just have to get a way to just need to set get a way to get a list from the JSON configuration. We have get set, which is basically get configuration section from YML file configuration. We have get, which will return an object. Okay, let's try to make another method down here. Get string list. Okay, and then we will say list string as a default value, right? We'll actually say nullable, and then we'll say nullable, and then we'll say contract. Not null. It's not null. So the second, if the second parameter that we pass in, the default list, is not null, then we return a not null value. All right. All right. We need to get the object from the map. So object get or default path null. If object is null, then we simply return defaults, and that'll return null or not null depending on whatever you pass in for default. And then we can say if object instance of list, then we can return let's say list, right? New list string list, new array list. So list for each string list v, right, value, whatever, string list add v to string, turn on string list, right? And then otherwise return collections singleton list object dot toString, or yeah, and then we'll say public nullable list string get string list string path return get string list path null. There we go. So if we call this method and pass in the path, it'll return this method but with a default of null. So it will return null if the path that you specify does not exist in the map. So now we can use that to our advantage here. Get string list, and we'll say what should we call it? We'll say, what is the path? Key plus materials or blocks, we'll say, and then we'll pass in to weighted list. We will say we'll make this nullable. Say if list is null or list is empty, we'll simply return weighted list dot of block material get default. There we go. There we go. Simple. So now we have our world and our materials. We need our region. We'll say location utils deserialize. Okay. So how does this work? It's always going to have a world UID at the front of it, which is not what we want because we're not storing the world there. Why don't I make another class like this? So just say, what does serialized block do? Okay, yeah, it does have the string there. Okay, here's what I'll do. We'll copy this here. And we'll move it down there. And we will go up here and we'll say when include world, we'll return serialize block location default true to include the world. I think that should work. Yeah. All right. Cool. True to include the world. All right. So if include world, let's say final string builder if include world builder dot append location get world get UID to string. Well, don't need that. And then dot append delimiter if include world, I should say. And otherwise we'll say builder append location get block X append delimiter location get block Y append delimiter location get block Z, and then we will simply return builder to string. There we go. So now if this is false, then it won't include the world UID in the string. And now we'll say if it's less than 4, then we can assume that the world UID, well, actually this will return a location. So where's the serialized block? There's serialized again. Let's once again make this to include a location, or include world, I should say. And we'll do the same thing. We'll just copy this stuff, right? Except we don't have get block X, we just get block, or get X, Y, and Z. Okay. So that way all of our methods that we had when we were using this don't have to change because we are already by default including the world. Then meanwhile, we want to deserialize to just coordinates, right? Serialize coordinates. final string, and we also need the, right, we already have the delimiter. Final string split equals input split delimiter. Okay. Alright, so I need string that value of. Okay. Right, and then we will say if split length less than 3 turn null. Crush. Okay. Do I want to make it integer or double? So let's block coordinates, why not? Try x equals integer %. Oh boy. Hard crash does not sound good. Alright. Of course. Oh, there we go. Cool. There's block coordinate. Now we can do the same for just normal coordinate. Except we're doing double. Here we go. Simple stuff there. Let's use those for our mine. Serialize block coordinates. And then we'll say JSON, config options get string. We'll say final integer corner 1 key plus corner 1. Okay. If corner 1 is null, then we will say throw new invalid mine data exception. Mine corner 1 is null. And we'll do the same thing with corner 2. Corner 2. Okay, cool. Alright, and then we'll say new cuboid region. And we want corner 1, 0, corner 1, 1, corner 1, 2, corner 2, 0, corner 2, 1, corner 2, 2. Perfect. Region. Does this throw any? No. Cool. Perfect. It's great. Good. Display. We should do display. Display equals config options get string key plus display and then ID by default. There we go. If it does not exist. Alright, this should be our mine serialization method from our deserialized data. So I can say mine equals new mine config and then mines dot plus mine ID. Oh yeah, and this you could say try mine equals that catch invalid mine data exception E, and we'll return. But first we'll say astralog.log E. Okay, there we go. We'll say mines.put mine ID mine. There we go. That's all loaded now. Actually, we'll just call this on reload. And we'll say config, save, config, reload, and then there we go. Which means we could probably just put the mines JSON in our mine manager. We don't need to put it in their mines module class here. Right? And we'll say mines module missing skip folder path plus data mines JSON. There we go. Public void save, or rather, we'll say public void create mine. I don't know. We'll get to mine creation in a bit. When we start creating the command for it, right? Say public boolean exists. Okay. Obviously, we need our mines manager in here. We will define it below this. And let's put it down here. Cool. Disable. Okay, so we should do that. Mine for each ID mine. We'll say mines JSON dot. Okay, so we'll say save changes and true to truncate the data. So we'll say mines dot, or actually, okay, yeah, we can clear from our options, which clears our map of all data. And that's what we want, since we're going to truncate our file and just store all the mines that we've previously loaded in or created. So there we go. And then we'll say actually, since we are doing an on reload, we don't need to do this. We don't need to save our mines like that. What we're gonna do instead is when we add a mine, we'll just save the file. And then when we remove a mine, we'll also remove it from the file and then save it. This is fine for now. But we do need to go here and in our on reload say mine manager on reload like that. Cool. Commands. Let's say new mine command. Mine admin command. There we go. The admin command for mines. We'll say mines admin, then mine, no, just mines admin. No. So, okay, here's where I'd want to have a mines menu, right? So, serve that, okay. Okay, how do I want to do the mines menu? Because our menu manager is for custom menus, right? So what if I say down here, menus, menu manager. What if we remove this? Right. Let me say public string folder path. Then we say final not null string folder path. This dot folder path equals folder path. Okay. And then obviously we're to say that folder path is folder path plus such example for Astra menus. This is our default, right? If folder.exists, we will simply return instead of putting a default menu in that folder. Okay, there we go. And then we'll actually say so. Okay, now we have some related problems we need to fix, which is fine. Why don't we do this? Private static menu manager custom menu manager. We'll say public static menu manager get custom menu manager turn. So if custom menu manager Let's go to null menu manager equals new menu manager for our custom menus, right? Custom it's actually menus slash custom for our folder path. And we'll say ends with slash, otherwise folder path plus slash, right? No. Okay. Because folder path gets used for here, which we don't want a slash at the end. And then here, we don't want a slash at the end because we already have one. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. Okay, so now we have an instance of our custom menu manager, which is good. So now we can go down wherever our issue is in here. Okay, get custom menu manager. There we go. Cool. Get custom menu manager. Cool. These problems are now solved. There we go. Those issues should now be fixed. We still have our custom menu manager here, but now we can create new menu managers for different folders. So that's cool. Okay, so that means we can say, we can go back to our mines module here. We can go resources. We can go here, we can say menus, mines. We say my admin menu.yml. Yeah, sure, whatever. And then we could say title mines admin menu panel. Let's actually just call this admin panel. Size 54, whatever. And we'll customize that in game, and then we'll put it back in here afterwards. So that means here, mines module, we need our own menu manager. Private menu manager, menu manager. Menus / mines. There we go. And then down here, menu manager, unreload. Actually, let's put it after that stuff, but let's move our mine manager up there. Sure. Menu manager, get menu manager, turn menu manager. There we go. Okay, well, that's another thing. This menu manager is still going to allow people to create any menus that they want in that folder, which we don't want. That's what the custom folders were. Okay, so we need to make more changes to this. We're not done yet. it will say private menu manager string folder path final boolean custom menus private final boolean allow custom menus. So this public one will be, so let's put this here and then we'll say this folder path false. And then up here we will say true. If allow custom menus return. Okay, that means we need, in order to reload the non-custom menus. Let's make list of YAML config here. Menu files, new array list, right? That's fine. However, this will be empty if it's custom. We'll say void register menu config, config if allow return. Otherwise, let's actually make this a map of string YAML config, and we'll recall it. We'll rename this menu configs, and then we will store put config. Okay, go here and we'll say, how do we want to get the, I guess get name can be get name turn file dot get name if files null file path split how do we just have it? Okay, there we go. And then final string turn split split length -1. There we go. Otherwise we'll just return file.getName. Okay, that should do it, right? Get name and then the config. Okay, so there we go. This will allow us to do that. And then if we are not allowing custom menus, means we should simply say first off Astra menu close all. Yep, that's basic, because we're gonna be reloading anyways. Maybe we shouldn't close all in this method and instead just go to our main on reload in our main class and simply say menu manager was all. Huh. What did I? Oh, Astra menu that close all. There we go. That way it won't close all every time this reloads. Menu configs for each file name and config. Also we want to say, oh yeah, this is a YAML config anyways, so it's fine. We'll say file name substring 0, file name length -4. String file name. Okay, there we go. Put file name new config. There we go. Simple. There we go. Now we have an on reload method for our manually made, you know, whatever. So if they try to create a menu in our mines folder, it won't register it. It'll only register menus that they create in the custom folder. Also, I just realized, why is it like that? Mine's okay. Well, I don't know why it's looking like that while the other one looks different. Oh, it's because all right. Speaking of which, let's remove this file. There we go. Okay, now this actually we can add back the menu manager here. We can actually add back the line that we wanted right here. Order path. There we go. Cool. Because this is custom stuff right there. It's for custom menus. Cool. That is good to go. And this one's private, so you can't make a menu manager that has that allows custom menus. Is you can only access this constructor here, which does not allow you to pass in one of the booleans here, or the boolean here. Okay. Cool. That's done. Now we're good to go. Our menu manager right there, which we should actually put down there. Nope. There we go. All right, that's good. Register menu config new YAML config menus mine slash. What do we want? What is it called? Admin dash panel. What we could do is simply just say get rid of this and just say menu ID and just do it like that, right? Oh, there we go. Now we're registering our new admin panel. Just like that. Yeah, and that means we can go back to our config class and just get rid of this get name method. You don't need that. Okay. Okay, that was a lot of preparation just for that. But okay, let's finally get to this, right? Now we have our panel created. We're gonna go into our command node here, and we're gonna say .executes context. So this is our base command here. So just what happens when we type mine admin. We'll say menu manager equals mines module get menu manager. So first off, if context source get sender instance of player. What do I normally return in our commands? 0. And how do I normally say if it's a console sender? And I don't want it to be a console sender. It's a good question. Perhaps in here I did that? No, I just do Astra log. It was like okay, and then okay, so why don't we actually just go here, menus, right, Astra menus, we say mine menus with an enum here, admin panel, private, final, not null, string ID, config, no. Yeah, that's fine. So mine menus, string ID, this.id equals ID. We pass in admin panel there. Set void on load. Private static boolean loaded. Loaded equals false. Right? We'll say loaded equals, or if loaded, then return. So you don't want to be able to load it more than once. Okay, so mine's menu, mine menus, menu, mine menus dot values. Okay, and then we will say mine's module instance get menu manager menu manager dot register config ID new YAML config menus mines plus ID plus .yml. There we go. And that's done. Now we can actually remove it from our mines module here. From right here. Instead, we just need to say, actually, you know what? Why don't we, this is getting a little ridiculous. Why don't we just pass in the menu ID, and then we can create the new config right here. Folder path plus menu ID. Again, the folder path shouldn't have that, right? There we go. Or just pass in menu ID like that. Perfect. Don't need anything more. Now we can go here and we can say mine menus dot onload. Perfect. Done. Now once again we can say yeah, now we can say down here public not null string get ID return ID. If you don't know how an enum works, I can explain that in a second, if anyone doesn't know. If menu is null for some reason, then return 1. Shouldn't be null, but you know, who knows. Player, open inventory, menu, get inventory, player. There we go. And we will say, we'll actually say player dot menu somehow. We'll say menu with ID like that. Okay. So we don't know. If anyone here doesn't know how enums work, I'll quickly explain. Enums are very useful for like static things that you're hard coding. If you need like a bunch of them with all the same things. So yeah, we create an enum, public enum, the name, and then you type out like a value. And then you have a semicolon here if you want to create any methods underneath the enum. And if you want to create multiple enums, all you have to do is press a comma, and then you type out another one, like admin create mine, or like create mine panel. Admin create mine panel. And then you specify another ID. And the reason you have to specify an ID here is because we have a private final member variable here. Right? It's ID. And the reason and how we set that is we create a constructor for our enums. They are constants pretty much, yeah. So yeah, and then you create a constructor, and then you pass in a parameter, and then you set the ID to whatever you pass in. That's how you get parameters for enums up here. You create a constructor for them. And yeah, once you create an enum, all this, whatever's in this constructor will automatically run when your plugin starts. So you gotta be careful not to do anything that that you shouldn't be doing before the rest of your plugin loads. So like I can't say Astra.get plugin here because it'll be null by this point. So that's why I create static methods inside to load any information I need to load outside of the constructor at whenever I need to, right? And okay, so not only are they constants and you can have member variables for them, but you can have methods for each one as well. Notice how this method here is not static. That means any method you create that's not static will be for whichever enum you're calling it from. And to call this getID method, you would say, you know, you call your enum class and you press dot and you have a list of your enum values here. So I can click on one of them or hit enter on one of them, and I can click, and then I can call getID on that. And this will return the ID for this enum value. And that's how that works. As I said, enums are very useful. And then you'll see here I have this error message keys dot and then what looks like an enum value. This is actually not an enum right here. It's error message keys. It's actually just a public static final not null string. And there's multiple different variable strings here, which I statically create in a static block. And this is so that it's also annotated. Every string here is annotated as an Astra message key. That is because I didn't want to create an enum because you can't extend an enum. So I didn't want to have to create all of my message keys in one enum for my entire plugin. So like I have error message keys, I have admin message keys, I have mine message keys for my mine module. And this will allow me to register each message keys class as long as I have any static string that's annotated with this annotation. Then they will register whenever I pass this class into my my locale manager. You go down here, we say register keys, and we pass in a class. This is a reflection a bit. But you get all the fields from that class, and then you loop through the fields. You say if the field is not annotated with my annotation that I made, then we just continue and skip over it. I don't think I made it required to be static. But also if it's not a string, then I ignore it as well, because it has to be a string. And we get the field, we set it accessible, then we get the key, then we get the value of the string variable that we're looped on, and then we add the key to our list of message keys to loop through whenever we load our language and messages from config. And if you didn't know why I do that, why I store all my message keys instead of just storing messages is because I have multiple different locales. So we have locale, I have English and Spanish, for example. Funny meme, English or Spanish, whatever. Lang.yml, these are groups. These are locale groups. I explained this in a previous stream, like yesterday or the day before, but it's really cool, and I really love this system here. So we have our default locale English folder, right? And this has all of our plugin messages in it that you can configure for whatever you want. And as I said, these are groups. These are locale groups, not just a single locale. So you go to lang.yml, the default group is English, and then you can define a locale group here. So we say English, and then it has ENUS. It also has any other languages that aren't defined here, since English is the default. But then we have Spanish, which has a bunch of different Spanish locales that are linked to that Spanish group file that we had. And obviously I don't speak Spanish, so the Spanish configuration just has Spanish at the end of each message to differentiate, right? So I could say Astra help, for example. That's the English config. But if I go to options, language, and then change it to Espanol, and then I type it again, you'll see now it's using the Spanish configuration. Which is why I love this so much. It depends on the client, not, so you can have multiple different languages supporting whoever's on your server, depending on which language they have selected. They don't have to go into the plugin and like say set language or whatever. No, it just automatically does it, which is fantastic, which is why I love this system so much. And obviously it's configurable. You can add whatever other language groups and other language locales you want for those groups. So yeah, bit of a side tangent, but I just wanted to explain that because it's really cool. So yeah, here's all my different message keys here, for example. And I put them in my common module instead of the other modules so that these keys can still be accessed from other modules, not just the ones that they're from. So like admin message keys, admin help, admin reload, menu help, open other. So it's admin.help, admin.reload, admin.menu open other, which you can see in our file, admin help, admin reload, admin help dash other, etc. But yeah, that's just one on a side tangent after saying that this isn't in enum. But still. Anyways. Okay, so this should simply open our admin panel, which has nothing in it currently, which is fine. We'll say mine's module, and we need to register our commands. So we have mine1 command and fill read command already, so let's just say new mine admin command, just like that, and we'll move it right there. Now let's build, see what happens. Hopefully our menus still work fine, since I just changed a bunch of stuff in it. So our custom folder. Hopefully no errors. It did a lot since I last tested. Okay. See Astra menu. Okay, we still have our example menu. So click, so our custom menus still work, get loaded. That's fine, that's good. Let's say mine admin. Why did it send a message? Oh, it's because the whatchamacallit, the menus didn't load, so it didn't get the proper menu. So say onload, that's the menu ID. Oh, you know why? Because we didn't ever call. No, we did. Oh, we didn't call on reload after we registered our custom menus. So let's just simply call on reload again. Right, so we can call it in here. There we go. In which case, actually, I don't want to reload it in the constructor because it's useless. So we should go here. We should go remove that, and then we could say custom menu manager.unreload here. There we go. So that way we don't reload it when we have no menus in it. Also, our message didn't work, so we're gonna have to see why that happened. Invalid menu, right? Oh, well, it did create our menu file, so there we go. That's good. It just didn't register it because we didn't reload after we created the menu file. Errors.invalid menu. So that is there. But is it that we are... Well, shouldn't matter where we load our locale, right? So we are in fact loading that. Did we ever load our Should we call it? Okay, register. Okay, we did register our error message keys. That should be fine. I don't know. We will have to see why it didn't properly send the message. Key, list of replacements, yep. Get message key. And then... Okay, wait, how do we send messages here? We do in fact use this, just like before, just like I was doing just a moment ago. So right here, it's returning an empty list if the message is null. However, it shouldn't be. Let's Astra log key. Let's do that. And then let's just send this either way, right? Just to test that one out. Okay. Again, this, that, run. So, okay, we did open our menu this time, but our message that was sent was still empty. Error.menu. I think I might know what's going on. It's errors, not error. So I'm going to fix that. Simply go to our locale and change the key. Actually, let's just keep that there just in case to test. Locale manager. Here we go. Well, the message wasn't null. It didn't say message is null. So that's weird. I guess it's because it wasn't null technically. It just didn't have any messages loaded in the key. So yeah, that's why. Okay. Obviously remove our import. Right. Locale. Error message keys. Errors. Not no permission. There we go. Fix. Let's commit that. Error message key path. Okay. Keeping that into test, of course. And then we'll remove it after we've tested to make sure that it does send the message properly. Yep, there we go. Works just as intended. So obviously it wasn't null, so let's remove that message. Alright, there we go. Mine admin will now open up our admin mine panel. Now we just have to configure it to our liking. So let's reopen this. Or rerun that. Rebuild it, whatever. Let's go here. Okay, here we go. Actually, while we configure this admin panel, you guys can get a better example of how you can configure menus in my plugin. So obviously right now it's empty. It's fine. You need to go to our plugin configuration, go to menus, mines, admin panel. Here's our default configuration for now. But let's add a filler, for example, slots 0 to 54. And then material, stained glass pane, display name, just white, right? So what I did for the other menus? No, I just did reset. Okay. Now if I was to Astra reload and then mine admin. Okay, so there we go. That did not reload our menu. So that means we have to, you know what? Okay, you know why? It's because we didn't. Okay, I know why. Down here in our on reload, we have our configs down here, right? But we never said config save config reload. We never actually reloaded the file that we have stored there. Now it should work just fine. Let's put this back to how it was just to test reloading. Just like that. Okay, here. Copy, paste, run. Okay, there we go. All right. Here we go, our empty menu. We now add in our filler, reload, and there we go. Now we have our items here. It's again already set up so we can't take anything out of it. Very easy. And now we just need, say, like, about a create button. Do I have... No. I do not have a database, but that's fine. Let's say Minecraft heads.com. So I believe I have set up a way to tutorials starts with base 64. Yep, we could do that. I guess we'll test if this works. I could have sworn though I allowed it to be either base 64 or a URL. We'll change that. But let's look for a plus, right? Plus sign or something, right? Oh, can't use tags without Patreon. Okay, well, great. Wait, what? Why could I search for when it's Patreon, but very weird. Alright, you know what might be easier? Let's go custom heads. This is just all of them, I think. Alphabet. That's what I want, right? So page 3. There's like emerald stuff. Let's see here. Well, let's first green plus. So let's search for search. This page takes a while. Okay. Green plus. Oh wait, categories. Okay, here we go. Alphabet. Yeah, and then let's just say plus. There we go. That one looks pretty high res. So what if I say chat? How many different chat type heads like that are there? Oh, there's plenty. This is good. This is perfect, actually. Let's go to this one. And then let's grab the base 64 value, which is right here. So copy that. And let's say, paste that in there. We'll say display name is bold green, create mine, like that. So it doesn't matter. Okay. And then lore, we'll say gray, left click, create a mine. And I might change this so that we could just look at all the mines and then click like a plus button in that list of mines or whatever. Okay. Meanwhile, let's just test out base 64 and reload. We didn't add a slot. Let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 9, it's 13. 22. And then let's remove a row. 45, 44, I think. There we go. Yeah. Oh, no, there it is. I don't know why it turned yellow. So what if I just say green before the bold? There we go. So yeah, it worked. We have a plus skull right here. And it's just create mine. Can't do anything with it yet. But right now, all we're doing is setting up the design of the menu. So that's fine. Okay, I think this might be actually where we create our first paginated menu, where we have, say we have a row of glass here, a row of glass here with the plus sign right here. So it means we need 22, 31, 40. And then here we just say 0 to 8. And then 0 to, not 0, 36 to 44. Like that. I should do it, but I think I'm just going to separate it like this. There we go. This is what I want our paginated menu to look like. So we have our filler, And then we have our create mine button down here. And then we'll have like a next page, previous page buttons. And then you can click on one of the mines to modify it up here. I think that's a good set. So it means we need like mine slots to have, so from 8, 9, right? 9 to 35. We could just put that there. Okay. So we'll have this, this will be a, whatever, for our, you know, and we'll have, we'll just have mine slots, and then mine item material will say mine icon, for example. We'll say mine display and then we'll say lore white left click to edit mini prison. No, I'm just making a full-on prison core. I suppose we could just say mine item and then no, like that. So this will be our paginated item right here. This will be the material, the display name, and the lore. And then this will be the slots where our paginated items will go, which is from here to here. And obviously, me putting this in the file right now doesn't affect anything. It won't break anything, so that's fine. And I might move this create button up to just be its own item as well. So it's like a constant, and we don't have to add any configurable actions, so that people can't just like remove the left click action of the button. So it won't, like, to where it would no longer create the mine. So I think we'll just do that. And then we'll have like next page material, and we'll have another base 64 head, but an arrow. Right, so let's go back. Let's look for, is it going chat arrow right, chat arrow left? So right will be obviously the next page. Next page, and then lore, left click to view the next page. And then we'll say, we'll leave that how it is, and then we will say only show if next page true. And we'll have a previous page button. Previous page, only show if previous page. And we'll say previous page next to the previous page. Perfect. And then we need to replace, obviously, the value of our head here with the left arrow head. Okay, so here's our file. It's gonna look like, and then we'll obviously have some comments up here. My admin, mine panel, menu, No, we'll just have it in my panel. Okay, and then these contents will be configurable, so you can add and remove whatever you want. And these items as well are going to be added after the contents, so that these will always overwrite the contents down here. So it's 40. We want 40, 41, 42, 43, maybe 44. And obviously this will be 36. Right, 40, 39, 30, 37, 36. All right. This will be our main pagination config creation or layout. And we will have create down here. So that way it's like the paginated item. So it's paginated item right there, and then our next previous page, and then any other manual like buttons we want to create. Okay, I guess let's get to creating, which means, oh boy, we have to actually get to paginating right here. Line admin panel menu. So extends paginated Astra menu, and then you know what, I don't know, we'll just say mine right there. Implement, modify, create constructor. So here's our template item. This template item is our mine item. As you see, we had variables right there. That means we have to modify this template item for each mine that we are going to loop through to add to our UI. So final mine. Okay. Template item, set display name. Template item dot get display name dot replace mine with mine dot get display. So obviously we need to go to our item builder and we need to add the get method for our display name. Get display name. So this is actually nullable, and that means we need to handle that on our own, right? Equals line. For this is an example, right? And we'll say new display name. Actually, we could just say line.display. How do I want to do this better? And then obviously we're going to return template item. Okay. Actually, it's possible we might be able to just return void here. Because we are passing in a reference to the template item that we want. So modify item, new item builder, template item. We'll say template item, build. Okay, what's wrong with you? Really? We have a copy constructor for this? item builder dot display name equals to copy dot display name. Actually, we could just say item builder set display name to copy display name item builder dot. Actually, you know what we could do? We could just say turn new item builder and have all our display name here. Set or copy dot or set system model data. Which actually should be right there. Material, custom model data, display name, or, and then set PDC to copy dot PDC. And these are all nullable. So I did that beforehand, which is great. Okay, so now we can create a copy. Item builder, not of. There we go. We don't need to return that because we're modifying the object that we passed in, which is a reference to it. Well, actually, what we actually need is final item builder. Where equals item builder of input item, and now we pass that in to this, and then we say builder build. There we go. There we go. So now let's say we have our display name. We're going to replace our material as well, actually. So template item dot set material dot get icon, which means we also need to go here and we say material for our icon. Say icon material dot stone. And then for our config here, we'll say try icon equals config material value of options get string key plus icon catch illegal argument section E icon equals material.stone, and then we'll also say if icon is air material.stone. Okay, there we go. Actually, we also need a getter for it. Public not null material get icon icon, and then a material icon equals material that is air material dot stone, otherwise material. And this, there we go. There we go. We got our icon, which actually we should just say. No, I think it's fine. Trying to ensure I don't limit the possibilities of my item builder, because the build method itself replaces stuff for the player that's passed into it. I don't know. So material, the item builder is actually, okay, no, it is a string. Yeah. So obviously we need now the getter for our material. Right. It's not null. Okay, good. Oh. There you go. Not name. There we go. Middle string, display name equals this, right? There you go. And then let's say, actually, replace mine ID with mine get ID, just like that. This is, okay, there we go. Whatever. Okay. Now let's do the lore, right? Let me get lore. Say not null list string get lore. Okay. Lore is null. Return new array list. Return new array list lore. Here we go. Actually, we could just say turn lore is null. Otherwise, new array list lore. Template set lore. Now I want to say list utils start replace. The get lore with. I don't want to replace mine ID with mine get ID and mine display with mine get display. So let's actually go ahead and say bring up mine ID bring mine display. This one, there we go. I have the display name and the lore being replaced. And the material, obviously. And then let's go to our mine class once more. Icon, custom model data. Icon, custom model data equals config options get integer e plus icon custom model data and then 0 by default. Set icon custom model data int custom model data icon custom model data equals that, return this. Okay, easy. Now let's say problem is I can't, it's not a string, right? So so I can only replace it entirely. But it's fine. If it doesn't have custom model data, then it won't replace it, right? Actually, we should say template item get custom model data. So if equals -1, that means you can go to our file. Let me just copy paste everything here. You're ridiculous. There you go, that's why. Okay. Mine item, we say custom model data -1. So if it's -1, that means it'll use the mine's custom data. And obviously we need to go back to our item builder. Make a getter for it. I guess down here, if custom model data gonna go to 0, then we can set it. Because it doesn't matter if it's 0, then it's not gonna be anything custom. Okay. So that's good. I believe that's everything then. Although we should actually say template item add PDC string PDC. And we want to go to our lines module here. Private namespace key. Actually, we can do it in our mine manager. Do I want to do that? my namespace key mine dash no wait, yeah, actually mine ID, actually it's Astra dash mine, it's fine. Okay, and then we'll have a getter for it. Cool. And now that means we can go here, right? Final namespace key equals key lines module key, and then we'll set it equal to the mine ID. There we go. That way, now we can detect which mine that we click on, because it has the PTC value of the mine's ID. So there we go. That should be everything that we can replace, right? Yeah. There we go. And now we can say, we can go up to our thing here. Template item key. What does that mean? Why is it? Oh, right, I know why. But item key will be mine item. So we can remove that parameter. Yep, mine dash item. Thank you. Yeah. A lot of it's just because I've done it before, so I have an idea of what I'm doing, but a lot of it is just, I don't know. So, okay, so we have our paginated objects. We want also a list of like paginated slots, right? Set integer slots. Get, we'll say slot utils dot from config template key plus slots. Right. Okay. Right. Because it's nullable. We'll return set out of 0, I guess. I don't know. So now we automatically get the paginated slots depending on the template item key. So we pass in mine-item, then this slots will be filled with mine-item.slots right here. That's good. Now we can say we can remove our size. Slot size equals paginated slot size. So now we could say times slot size. Yep, there you go. And we actually perhaps we could pass in the inventory size to make sure that we don't go over the slots that we can go over. Right? Obviously, there's yada yada. Maybe we should say set integer to remove equals slots for each if I less than 0 to remove add I, and then if I greater than, and then we need to pass in the inventory size somehow, right? So let's create this constructor again right here, and it will return from config key def 54 for the size, and then up here we will add a parameter max size, and obviously we need to say like that. There we go. And down here we'll also pass in 54. So if I greater than max size to remove equal the add I, we could just say actually an or statement here. To remove for each slots remove. There we go. Now I don't have to check this for every time I add it up here. Right. Or actually, maybe I should just do that. Might be more efficient than looping through it again. Okay. It's right here. If I less than 0 or I greater than max size, then continue to don't add it. And then right here. If slot less than 0 or slot greater than max size, then return. Otherwise, slots add slot. There we go. There we go. And obviously, max size is always going to be at least 54. Why don't we ensure that actually we could say max size equals math minimum. Say first max 0, math min 54 max size. Essentially what this means is, actually I think I just the other way around. And then just had 54 right here. Okay, so what this means is it'll reassign max size to either the minimum value of 54 or this value. So it won't go above 54. And then this is saying it's going to return either 0 or max size, depending on which is higher. So if max size is less than 0, then it'll return 0. And obviously it needs to be final, so then we can just say max down here. Well, actually, bound. There you go. So why don't we actually just say this? Right. And we can actually move this down to there, so we don't have to do that if the list is null. Okay, there we go. Now it won't go beyond whatever max size we put in. So the max size we want to be the size of the inventory, which should be set because we call super here, which will run the Astra menu constructor, which does set size. Okay, so there we go. Paginated slots is done. Now we are ensured that this does not go over the inventory's size or is somehow below it, whatever. Okay, now we need to get, so we have our item from our we have our mine from our paginated objects list that we're passing in to modify our template item, and then we're building the template item for this, and then we're saying paginated slots get so this actually needs to be a list so we can actually get the index, get from a specific index. Which means I want to go ahead and say, I actually want to return a list of integers here. List. And then down here, the only reason I made it a hash set before is because so that we couldn't have any duplicate entries, which means I'm also going to need to check down here. So we'll remove that, right? Or slots contains I, right? 0, don't add it if it's already in there. And this I can say set.of, right? Instead of new array list, perhaps. Okay, come on. New hash set. Def null, null, otherwise new array list. Def. Okay, what is your problem? I don't want to do an object, so it requires not null. You know what? Let's just have all of these guys instead just be lists, so I don't have to deal with this. There we go. And we can also say this here, get rid of def, but have max size. So we just say list, just pass in null and max size like that. You can remove contract from that. Okay. Yes. Okay. That's fine. You just ignore you, just pass size in. Actually, this could be this collection singleton list of 0. Okay. All right. Good. Although this now has some related problems, I know for a fact. New hash set. List integer slot list equals this. There we go. Alright, well, I have been streaming for so long that my phone is now almost dead, so let me go get my charger real quick. Alright, I am back. Stacks. Contract does some different things, but the way I use it is, you see how this method here returns nullable? I know that this method will only return something nullable if you pass in null for the default that you want to return. So that means I say contract, my first argument, which is config, my second argument, which is key, and then my third argument, which is default, and then my fourth argument, which is max size. So I say these arguments, ignore them because it doesn't matter. And then the third argument, if the third argument is not null, then it will return not null. So that means that it will ignore nullable and it will act like this says not null instead. That's what I use it for. Okay, we just need to now go here and indeed, yes, is quite useful. Right, okay, here's our slot. Actually, it can't be I. Slot index equals 0. It has to start at 0, not whatever index it starts at for our paginated objects. And then item. There we go. This should populate our inventory with our paginated items. Yep. Yes, I know that it's never updated right now. So why don't we go ahead and add that here, right? So that. All right. Max pages, we need to Paginated slots dot size instead of the inventory size. Okay. I believe that should work. And now we need to go to our, well, we actually need to pass in our mines, right? There you go. So now, okay. Now we have our menu here, which should automatically populate based, because of this class here that does it whenever we call this method. We just need now to go to our menu class here. All right. And we'll say after we add our items from our contents, we'll say if this instance of Paginated Astra menu, we'll say pagination. We'll say pagination populate inventory. There we go. It's very simple, actually. We actually need to pass in a page and our player as well. So that means we need another constructor here for a page parameter. Page, right? Player page, just like that, and then this will open page 1 by default, and then we'll have another method here with player and page. That way we don't have to change any of our previous code that used this method, because it now uses this method. Okay. So this will populate the menu with the page that we're on. And if this menu is paginated, I mean, one last thing, I want to say page append, prefix, suffix. This will append stuff to our title, depending on, you know, what page we're on or whatever. Page append prefix. How do I want to handle this exactly? First off, let's actually move this back up there and have it right here. Only show if more than one page. True. So then we can say title. Say title page pages. So now we'll get this, we'll say we'll only change the inventory title if there's more than one page in the menu. if this is enabled. And this title here, this variable, is what you put here. Page title, whatever. So we gotta go Astra menu. Again, we will check this again. Just right up here. So we'll say pages equals 1, otherwise pages equals pagination, get max pages. And hopefully this should work, because this is not the constructor. This is a method that we have to call manually. So this should already be constructed. Okay, relax stop. Okay, actually, final link pages equals this instance of paginated Astra menu question mark pagination, right? And then if it is, then we'll say pagination get max pages, otherwise we'll just say 1. There we go. Final boolean only if more than one page equals we need our we don't have our config stored anywhere, which we could. Actually, there's a reason I didn't do that. Let's just say, let's just put a boolean here. Private final boolean only change title if more than one page, and then we'll say equals config options get boolean and then obviously that's there, and we'll default it to true. And then obviously we need the actual title itself. I don't know, string page to title. Page to title is config options get string page to title. And then it'll just be that by default, an empty string. So now we can go down here and say so over here says string t equals this dot title, right? There we go. Okay, and you know what? We'll return this back to what it was before. And we'll just put pages right there. And then we'll say title equal if and pages equals 1. Okay, wait, how's this logic gonna work? If it's not, only show so if only show and pages equals 1. We could do this to invert that, but that's hard to read, isn't it? if this or pages not equal 1. There we go. And then we'll say title equals page and title, replace title with this title, and then replace page with string value of page, and then replace pages with string value of pages. And then this title is going to change depending on this. There we go. I think that's everything for now besides the next and previous page items and the create item. Perhaps what we could do is go back into our paginated menu here, and we could say final menu item, list menu item, custom items, or rather paginated buttons, or maybe just then we could say liquid add items. What do I want? Config. We already have we do have the config here. But let's just see how this works. Or maybe we should just pass in menu item. And then we can go back to Astra menu. Down here, can I say like that? For each inventory. So item, okay, no. We're just gonna do it right here, and then we'll say item builder, or rather builder, right? Or you know what, we could just do it in populate. We don't need to get and all that stuff, just add items, and then after we populate with paginated items, we'd say items for each builder. Rental item stack item equals builder build player, and then we'll say builder slots for each inventory set item item, and let's refactor this to slot. There we go. Okay, now this should be good to go. Mine admin panel menu, or maybe we can say paginated mine admin panel. Okay, there we go. Now we just need to register this to our menu manager. So, and also we'll add our items, like our create button in our next and previous page in here. Or actually we might add the next previous page in our super class here, just so we don't have to do that every time we want to make a paginated menu. Alright, why don't we do that, right? What if we go find our menu item class. And we say sorry, let me actually pagination, put this in there. Size, yep. Here. Detected. There we go. And then we can say paginated menu item extends menu item, which we need to not make final. Let's generate constructor. We already did that, so we did this one. We do super, and we say private boolean only show if next page, and then private boolean only show if previous page. So now in here, in our config, we say only show if next equals config options get boolean, and then we shall say key plus that there, like that. Yep. And then key plus only show if next page, right? Yep. And then obviously only show if previous, key plus only show if previous page. And then we'll say, of course, boolean only show if next page, return only show, okay, public boolean only show if previous page, get only show if previous page, only show if previous page, and then we'll say default is false, so that way they will always show. And then we can obviously say public paginated item set only show if next page, show, right, only show next page, return this. Okay, same thing for previous page. There we go. Perfect. And then we will replace menu item here with paginated menu item. Should have all the same things that menu item has. We just need there we go. Okay, and now down here, items for each, we will say if page greater than 0, we need current page. We can make this final. We need current page to replace page here and here and here. the current page is equals 0, and builder dot only show if previous page, and return if current page equals pages and builder dot only show if next page, and return. So if it's the max, so if we're on the last page, then and it only shows if there's a next page, and we return. Same thing if we're on the first page. Let's just say less than equal 1, right? Actually, yeah, it should never be below 1. So if it equals 1, and it should only show if there is a next page, and we return. Otherwise, if both conditions are met, then we'll add it to our inventory. Here we go. And now, here, we'll say add items. Let's go. Add item. Add item, new paginated config. Next page. Okay, let's try config key and ID. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now we added our next and previous page items automatically. And these also need to be modified soon after perhaps we should add these down in the populate method. Like down here. Although we do need the config again. I just don't like having to read from config every time. So you know what that means? We're gonna say map, and we're gonna have string of that. And then we'll say new item, get ID, new item, and replace add with put. There we go. So now we'll say ID folder. Now we'll say if ID next page. I'm going to say put if absent. That means we can't override next page and previous page items. Else if ID equals previous page. So here we're going to say builder add PDC. And up here we will say private name. Let's add it in our no, let's just add it here. Next page key. Okay. In here we will say if next page key is null, then next page key is equal to new namespace key get plugin. Let's actually just do, I think we just need page key. Yep. So now this will only be set once whenever this constructor is initially called. And then we can say page key. Actually, it's new integer PDC page key, and we'll put the current page. In which case we can just say or previous page. There you go. Okay, all right. And then we can actually say public static namespace key get page key. If page key is null, then we can actually put it there, and then page key. And we could just say get page key down here. All right, cool. All right, that is that. Now let's make, you know what? I should probably need another one. Like, current menu key. We'll do the same getter method here. I'm going to say builder add PDC new string PDC get current menu key, and then super dot ID or something. What's it in here? Why don't we move this stuff down to right there? So ID, there we go. We have an ID now. Just say ID. Nope, we actually need, can't because we have ID already in the scope. This is super.id to return our menu's ID right there. I can actually say down here, there we go. All right, up here, final not null string ID, say ID right there. So actually, again, move that up there. There we go. Okay. This is also, we can get which menu we currently have open, and then open the next page. Although with our menu manager split into different instances, it's not gonna be able to, we're not gonna be able to know which map or menu manager to get this one from, which is a problem. So how exactly do we determine that, right? Okay, what if I reverted this just back to one menu manager and simply added manual menus to like another, like right here. What if I just simply did that? Like, I don't need multiple versions of this, right? All right, let's ignore this stuff. I mean, I guess it was because of the folder, but this can still have the folder in it, so it's fine. So remove that. Remove that. Obviously, we don't need this one up here. We also don't need the folder path anymore. All we need is this. Now we can say we're gonna actually load these menu configs before we load our custom ones. That way they don't get overridden by the custom menus. Put file name is the ID, and then new Astra menu file name, again that's the ID there. Okay, folder. This would be custom. I should say private static final not null string custom folder path equals custom menu slash custom. And this needs menu ID in there. There we go. Let's actually just remove that, say folder path like that. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now we're all back into one menu manager, except we have our manually made menus right here, which do get reloaded as well before we load our custom menus. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Which means we no longer need, means we have to fix these problems again. All right. Okay. Okay, you know what? Okay, you know what I think we should do instead. Obviously, we have menu configs here for manually registered menus, but I'm thinking we split this up further into different modules, right? We can say here module menu manager, module menus. Yep. All right. This will be our module ID. String ID. And then we'll obviously say final map string YAML config. And then we'll say menus equals new hash map. Would add menu string menu ID final menus equals new not new put if absent menu ID config. Actually, what we did was we said what did we say? Okay, you know what we also should do? We should say menus and then paginated menus, so we can differentiate between them. Okay, head menu, right? And we'll say there we go. And then we'll say protected. We'll just actually do that. So these are protected, means it can't be modified outside of our package classes here. Okay, now we'll have string and then module menus, and we'll say module menus, module menus, module menus, module ID, module menus. Okay, module menus dot menus for each menu ID config. Yeah. We already have the ID, so that's fine. Okay, and then now we'll say paginated or module menus, paginated menus for each menu ID config. We'll do the same thing pretty much. So we will say new paginated Astra. Okay. Problem obviously with this is that it is abstract. So we're gonna need a little bit more. We're gonna need something else here. Fortunately, this is becoming a lot more complicated than initially, right? What did we say? Paginated class, right? So we do class instead, and then we say, instead of the menu ID here, we'll say class extends paginated Astra menu, like that, and then we'll say back here, we'll say because each paginated menu needs their own class that extends paginated menu. Right. Indeed, Twixie. There we go. So now we have a class instead of menu ID. So here we have class, class dot get name, and then we'll say class dot new instance. Okay, what does it want me to use instead of this? Okay, constructor dot new instance, right? Okay, how do I use it? So what did it say? Constructor dot new instance. What does it want me to do for this? So constructor.new instance, meaning like a static thing. Well, I don't think there are any static things in here. So how do we exactly utilize this? Okay, maybe get constructor. Okay, here we go. New instance. Parameter types. Right, so we need to say this got list question mark with YAML config.class. And YAML config class. Okay, right. Let's say new class. Try. New instance. Right. Okay, hold on. Be right back. Okay, let's see. And then we need to pass in see what would we pass in for the list here. All right, this is getting out of hand. Let's see if we can't do something else than reflection here. What if we just did a list of them? Although, okay, what if I did string and then that? Right. So then if we do this, when you go back here, we'll have instead the menu ID and the paginated menu. In which case, perhaps we can just say, okay, so what do we say? Get config. We'll get the config from that, and then we'll actually first say reload. And we'll pass in the config like that. I think that could work. So we obviously need config. And then we need the we need a like that, and then we need a like on reload method, which means this stuff will all go in the on reload method instead of the constructor. Which means you would then also just pull on reload right there. Okay. Template item key. Template item, so this should be like that. Actually, do not know when this could go up there. So items, new hash map. Remove that from there. There we go. Actually, we need I'm set clear right there. Okay. There we go. Now we have our reload method all done, which should change what happens in here. Okay, alright, okay. Alright, we need the paginated objects here. Actually we need the ID. Menu ID should be panel. There you go. Admin. Let's say mine-admin panel. We'll actually say public static panel not null string ID static ID panel. And we'll pass an ID into here. Okay. You there we go. That should do it. On reload, actually I think we need to say config save config reload right there. Let's actually say no, it's fine. Okay. Wait. We don't need the where is it at? We don't need this because we don't need it in here. So register menu config. So we need to get rid of this, and then we need to actually add module menu, module ID, and then menu. Right? Does that make sense? Add module menu, and then we could say in here for that we just need a YAML config. So menu ID and YAML config. So we'll get module menus put if absent module ID new module menus, and this needs the module ID. Okay, final menu module menus. Say module menus get module ID, add menu ID config. Oh no, it's just menu path. And now we will add a paginated menu. And module paginated menu. And this needs the actual menu ID and the menu. Paginated Astra menu. There we go. Okay. That is all for that. Now we can try and register our our mine, whatever here. So we load our menus here, right? Right, that also means we need to, yeah, we can on reload here. And then, because this will be empty. And then we add here. Why don't we actually make this in a different spot, in a different method? Say public void reload, reload module menus. And there we go. Put, so this will override put and put. So there we go. So on reload, this will, we'll just say reload custom menus. Reload module menus, and then we could say, we'd actually make another thing here. Let's say private. Okay, public on reload. Clear the menus, and then no custom menus, and then reload module menus. Right. Module and then custom. I just should put it in. I was seeing something, and then I just lost it. So what am I trying to do here? What was I trying to do here? Reload this and then this. So obviously we reload. Okay, I think that's what I was trying to do here. So this will reload custom menus when you do that, and then on reload we'll reload both and clear the menus. The problem is when you just reload custom menus by itself, it won't clear the menus, which it's supposed to do, right? But then if you do that and clear the menus in this one, then all of these menus will be gone from the map. So you'd have to reload these again. Screw it. Let's just do that. Screw it. Overwrite on reload, clear the menus, reload the module menus, and then reload the custom menus. So that means we need to say put if absent, so it doesn't override our menus, our module menus here. Right? Okay, you know, let's just go ahead and just, okay. We have our mine manager there. Let's say Paginated. Mine admin panel. And here we need our mines, mine manager, get mines. And then we need yeah. Public, not no list, mine. Get mines, right? There are new array list, mines dot values. Okay, there we go. We have our mines now. Now we need the config for the menu. New YAML config. We have mines, no, menu slash mines admin panel. Okay. Menu manager, get instance, add, paginated, right? ID, menu ID, mine admin ID, and then we could actually just pass this in, right? We just say this here, like that. This does look really ugly, but there, that's better. Okay, that is our, you know, why don't we just put this in mines menus? Like, we have this enum here for a reason. Admin panel, right? Okay, we're gonna erase this enum. And we're just gonna have all of our, you know, whatever. Unload, okay. So we're gonna register our menus here. Private static, paginated, mine admin panel. Right. So we need mines module, get instance, get mine manager, to get mines. There we go. And then we can say so that will initialize the mine admin panel. And now we can say menu manager dot get instance paginated menu. So we need the module ID, mines module dot ID, and needed mine admin panel. There we go. And we can just convert that to there. Okay, there we go. Now it's all handled in here. Don't have to do whatever else for this stuff. We'll say private static boolean loaded equals if loaded turn, and we'll go down here and we'll say loaded equals true. Okay, how can I make this look better? Never mind, I don't care. This looks fine. Okay, so mine admin panel being created and registered. And it's already being called on load for. So let's, I don't know, try that out, I guess. We obviously don't have any mines, so there's not going to be any items in it. But I don't know, let's see. Dynamic command. Okay. Menu manager. Get menu. Paginated. Dynamic panel ID. Get. There we go. So obviously we can say this, and then we can say that. Okay. Menu, it should be an instance of paginated menu, so I should be fine. Anything else here? Okay. On reload. Anywhere else? Nope. Build successful. Okay. There was a pain. Let me quickly edit this stuff. AFK. And then update check false, because I don't care about the development versions. There we go. And we have MODD. It's already deleted. Cool. Alright, let's just see what happens. I have no idea. I definitely reached that point in coding after a while where okay, well, it has a problem with our base64 material for some reason. Pressing a block mapping. Okay, what are you talking about? This is string, my friend. This is this. Okay, that's why. That makes sense. There's a quotation mark missing. Okay, that should be fine now. Let's run it again. So it wasn't a code problem, that was just a config problem right there. Alright. No errors that time. Cool. Example. Okay, so we only have our example menu, so that's not how that's supposed to work at all. I don't know why. Okay. Let's update our config. We didn't do that. So yeah, it only had our example menu. That's why. Custom folder path, menu / custom. Okay. There we go. Right. Okay, we didn't reload our custom menus after we added it to the thing, right? Oh, we didn't actually reload them at all because that's not what happens in the constructor. Okay, well, let's go up here, say public void reload module menus. Actually, let's say private. And then let's say another method down here. Not no string menu ID, right? Public if menu contains key menu ID, not menu ID, module ID. Does not contain it, then return. Okay. And then we don't actually need that. We just need to say vinyl lines module menus. Okay. There we go, lesson looping. So that when I call reload menus, it doesn't have to reload every other module's menu as well. So now we go to our mines module here. Nope, we go to this one here. And we can say say menu manager reload lines module.id. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. Nope, I didn't start the server. But yeah, we'll see what happens after we test this. It's been a good 5-hour stream so far. It's working on menus and setting up my stuff. Update checking disabled in config. Why do you have to tell me that, Essentials? Why do you have to tell me that? There's a reason I disabled update checking. It's because I don't want to be notified of it. You're still notifying me of it. Oh my gosh. You're notifying me of updates by saying that update checking is disabled. I don't care. Update check. And I can't disable that stupid notification. Notify no new mail, false. And that's it. Okay, well, great. Annoying, but whatever. Alright, let's check. There we go. Now we have all of our menus here. Example, fill region and admin panel, which has an error because of course it does. Mine admin error. Yep. So what's the error? It is index negative 27 out of bounds from links here. Okay. Where did you get index negative 27 from, pal? Where did you get that from? Okay, let's just follow this. Paginated, Astra menu, line 86. This. So eyes somehow negative 27. Great. Current page -1 times slot size. current page can't be less than 1. So this is for page 1 it's 0 times slot size. So it should be 0. So how are you getting negative 27? Right? Doesn't make sense for anyone else, right? Whatever. Page. Pages. Next pages. It will also say slot size. Alright, so this will tell us some more information about what's going on. Okay. Jesus. Alright. Of course. Someone put the dog in his cage and now he's crying. Right. Page 0, slot size 27. Yes, that sounds correct. Slot start index negative 27. Why are you negative? Page 0. Okay, why is page 0? Current. Okay, so this must be wrong here. Page is 0. That's also wrong. Okay, you know what? It's because this is because this is 0. So 0 divided by the size there. Okay. Let's say math.max 1. And then there we go. Okay, alright. God, I hate that. Okay, there we go. Let's just say this. Now it's saying, oh, okay, well now... I'm just going to assume that this will seal it. We'll make it, round it to the ceiling, I hope. So there we go. This will return 1 if this is 0. So no, pages is 0. Or max pages is at least 1. Current page, this must be wrong somehow. Okay, so math.max. The maximum it could be is max pages. And the minimum it could be is 1 page. There. Right? So, it should either be, in this case, for our current menu, it should either be page 1 or page 1. So that explains why it's negative. If you're wondering why I'm still going, it's because I'm determined to just get these dumb menus out of the way. That's why I've streamed every day for the past, like, 3 days now. I'm very determined to just get these menus done and over with, because I've worked on menus so many times and so many different plugins that it's just such a bother and chore at this point. Also, hello, welcome in Eva Prisons. That sounds like a server name to me. There we go. Have our admin panel here. It is no longer erroring out, but our end index, right? Doesn't make sense. Start index 0, end index is -1. So obviously let's say start and end, right? So it should be that. There we go. All right, cool, cool. And now if this is 0, and now this is minimum 0, this is packet based. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by nitty thread chunk. You mean like real blocks, packet or real blocks? Because it's packet based fake blocks. I can show you. Fill regions, stone, oak blanks, dirt, GMS, Y. These are our fake blocks right here. With our Omni tool changing, right? Stone. If I was to relog, you'll see it's empty again. And also this bedrock here was to break the block, it'll return. Right, so 0, 0, I is start, so 0, and it goes until it is less than or equal to end. So it should be fine. Let's do that. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. This, right? Built it? I don't remember. So hopefully this shouldn't error when end is the same as start. Okay, no, it did error. Of course, 0, rata, okay. Listen end. So obviously we have nothing in there. And if it is less than or equal to, then we'll release loop once. Indeed. Yes. Still got a lot of work to go though. Still got a long ways to go. I'm working on getting pagination set up so I can start working on my mine menu and making mines and all that. Thank you, thank you. It's been a long time as well. I have all my previous work on this plugin live streamed on my channel on YouTube in a playlist called Astra Development. Also the GitHub for, yeah, for sure. Also the GitHub for this, all the code currently that I've live streamed is also in the description of the YouTube stream currently. There you go. Okay. So here's our bare bones mines admin panel. It's also very configurable. So Eva prisons, are you a prison server? Or like is your account for a prison server? I mean, that would make sense to me, right? I could show you some configuration that I have so far for my plugin. So you have Astra, and you have this main folder here. You have config, which currently is just some log settings for console. And then we have modules, we have mines and OmniTool. OmniTool is not finished, but currently it has like levels in OmniTool YML. You can keep it locked to the inventory, you can keep it on death, you can change the lore format, which is not set up yet. There's levels.yml, which currently only this stuff actually matters. So only this stuff, because your tool is level 0 always currently, because I haven't implemented leveling for it yet. So if I was to change netherite to like gold or something, then it'll still take effect in game when my pickaxe or OmniTool updates. There's that, and then mines. All I have right now is some 2 data JSON files right there. I have clipboard, so you can save your selections for your mine wand. So that whenever I relog, I don't have to reselect the 2 corners there and there. And then we have our mines file, which will store all of our saved mine data. Yeah. And then obviously menus, we have a custom folder in our menus, which allows you to create whatever menu you want. And then we have mines, which has our admin panel currently. And then locale, this is interesting here. Our locale folder has currently it comes with just English because I don't know Spanish, so I can't translate that. We have locale English. This is a group file, so any locales that you want to group with English will use this file. So if we go to lang.yml, you'll see the default is English. So if anyone's using a locale in game that isn't defined, it'll default to English. And here you can define your groups. So English, Spanish. You got your locales here from this link here. And then you got these other locales here for Spanish. So that means if I do Astra help, you'll see this message here. Yeah, and then if I go to options, language, and then change it to any Espanol here, I can do the command again, and this time it'll use the Spanish file, the Spanish translations. I haven't messed with any entities yet, so. But yeah, we have basically multi-language support. So anyone who has, they don't have to set their language, and you don't have to. All you have to do on the server side is set up different files and groups and stuff. So, and obviously you have translations. So again, I switched back to English. Now it's not in the Spanish file, right? Perhaps, but it's nice for those servers that are not primarily English, you know? And it wasn't hard to do at all. So, yeah. Okay. We have our mine panel. All right, now we need to focus on actually creating and storing the mines. So we're going to start with our command. So we have, like, we know where we're going. Mines module, commands. Okay. This is our admin command to open the menu. What else? What should I do? So open the menu. Okay, what we need to do is add our create button to our panel. So that means we need to go here, mind panel here. We need to add our add item, new paginated menu item, and we'll say the ID is create, and then the config, and then okay. There. I might as well take this constructor here and just say, okay, you need to be final. Final. There we go. Final. Okay. Now, actually, key's not final. Now we just need to say final, not null. Config, final, not null string key, and then we'll just pass in config key, and then put the ID as the key as well. Just because, just for those items that have the same ID as the key. So there we go. We have our create item added to our menu. Right, create. Right, and these aren't displaying in our menu currently because these are set to true. So what if I set this to false? And then reloaded. Hopefully that'll work. So I haven't tested reloading menus. Okay, there we go. Next page, previous page. Perfect. Okay. So this is good. We want now... I'm glad reloading works and these two options work. Again, we need to do our create material, and that's fine. So we just added that. So let's reload or reassemble this and check after that. Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, so our create item did not get added. So we need to see what's up with that. Let's also check if this works real quick as well. Does not look like it. Okay, well, so again, if we update this back to true and then reload, yeah, so those do go away, but the title does not update, it appears, and our create item was not added, unless maybe it's because of our filler. Let's say 37 to 43, and then 45 to what? Let me make sure. 48. Right? That doesn't make sense. No. 41 to 44. Okay, that makes sense. This will be 40. No, 39. This is 43, so we have room for our next and previous page. Okay. Okay, so it's not updating. I mean, this updates, right? Okay, I think it's because let's go here, right? On reload does in fact, here's our items and then adds these in. Problem is, okay, we need to overload or overwrite public void on enable, or not on enable, sorry, on reload super not on reload, and then we'll say we'll just put this in there. Again, we need our config, so let's simply make it protected. There we go. So that'll add our item back whenever the menu gets reloaded. Which explains why it didn't get added in the first place. And then what else gets reloaded? We need to go to this class here. This, I don't believe. Okay, so that's why. So these two need to change to something else. Actually, we need another on reload method in here this time. Yeah, because they do not currently, right? Like they are static, unless it's not a whatever menu here. So now remove that. This can stay like that. This, no, this, that. Okay. So items equals new hash map and config. Config. Okay. So instead of that, we say items.clear. And that looks like everything's fine there. Let's go back to this one here. Let's say override there. Now let's also say don't need these. We'll say super.onReload as well. Right, reloads up the chain here. And then you need to reload that, and then call on reload there. Okay. Hopefully that handles everything good. And then we'll see. So we'll keep that like that, and then we will keep those like that. Again, I'm gonna this is 36 to 44. Let's do that. All right. You there. Run. Okay, error. Let's see. Key is null. Key where? Okay. Line 65. Template item key. Why would that be null? That doesn't make sense why it would be null. Maybe. No, because I had this in the constructor before. I think it's. Not sure why it'd be null. It shouldn't be null by that point. Does look like it's being called from the initialization of the class, so let's do that. Of course, that means, I don't know, let's just, I don't know, let's just try that and see if it loads properly despite that not being called there. And if it doesn't, then we'll have to look around and see where I need to call that instead. Obviously after, okay, you know what the problem is, I think. It's because we're doing super, and then Astra menu does on reload. So I think that's the problem. Yep, okay. That's the problem. So the problem is you are calling on reload. Okay, why don't we put this stuff in here, right? This is only for paginated menus. So first off, you go there, cool. You are protected because I need you in here. Okay. Okay, well that's not good. I would and then public string get reach title. There you go. Right, so that should be reloaded, whatever. So this reloads everything here. So on reload, right? Let's make this private. And you, let's make you protected. Or let's actually, no, let's leave you public. And then not super on reload, right? Well, it needs to reload this stuff, actually. So I think what we need to do is something else, right? this stuff needs to get loaded. So on reload. Okay, what do I say? Detected. Is paginated, and then we'll say, you know what, no, we don't need that. I just say if this instance of paginated, then if it's not, then we say that, and then this one once again overrides, and then so we don't unreload, and then we go back, make sure this is public. So it doesn't reload this time if it's an instance of paginated Astra menu. So then this will call that one when this is called, and then this will call that one when this one's called. I don't know, but let's see, right? If we still have errors, I think, I definitely want to end stream soon, because it's been almost 6 hours now. Okay, well, no errors that time. The next question is, did it actually reload the menu? Right? Aha, okay, it did. So we have a create button and all that, and then we could say, go back here, let's see if this does indeed actually reload, and then false for that. Okay. Aha, there we go, we did it. So we have our previous. Next we have the page number and the max pages up here, and then we can, you know, only show more than one page, put that back to true, put these back to true, so you don't need them since there's not more than one page, and then we can reload again, and there we go. And then let's make sure example menu is still good, fill region menu is still good. Might have a panel. There we go. Everything reloads properly now. Okay. I guess next time we need to make the create button function, and the next and previous page buttons function as well. So done that. There we go. Yeah. So cool. Yep. I don't know. I think that's all for today. I definitely want to take a break to not wear myself out too much, especially after 6 hours of streaming. So I also should eat lunch. It's already 4 p.m. now. So thank you for everyone who tuned in and who chatted. It's actually been a very chatty stream today, which is nice. So be sure, if you're interested in following up, my Discord is in the YouTube description. I can also type out that. So there's a Discord link. And, you know, my YouTube link is on my Twitch page as well, and my Twitch link is on my YouTube page, all that stuff. So join the Discord if you want to be pinged whenever I go live for either coding or gaming. I have 2 separate ping rules for that you can grab. And you can also just chat, and you can talk about code or plugins or other, you know, games or whatever. But yeah, see you guys next